Hey, let's see if I have this right. It's been a little bit. I figured today we'll just mess around with like this demo, and however long it lasts is how long it lasts. But I hope you're all doing good. Hope you're all doing well. Hold on 1 second, let me grab this water. Oh, delicious. Yeah, things are going alright. We got power back Thursday, I think. And it stayed on since then. It's like 70 degrees today. It's really nice outside. Had no problems with pipes or anything, which is good. I kept like a faucet running, or all the faucets running, for like 4 days straight when it was really cold. To try and help prevent like pipes freezing and stuff. So luckily we never lost water, so like it was able to keep them warm, keep some flowing through it, so that was good. The boil water notice was lifted on like Friday, so today things have been fine. Things are kind of back to normal now, and we're here back ready to stream. I had been thinking about taking a little like week off of streaming, right? But that was not the that was not the situation that I was hoping for. In my head, it was more of a just like take a quick little break, right before Bravely Default comes out. And I guess technically I got my week off, but I did not want it to be because I didn't have power or heat or anything. Yeah, what up, Penguin? Yeah, the name's a miss, but so was Octopath Traveler. I figured this week will be kind of just like a mishmash of various things that we can do. I figure we'll get into Bravely Default when it comes out. I'm pretty sure I'm locked on that one. I'm just gonna download it. Yeah, exactly. Octopath was also a working title, and they just kept it. So, who knows about the triangle strategy. Let's see. What did I do? I've been playing Dark Souls 2 on my own. I'm kind of, like, hooked on it. I've beaten the game, now I'm doing the DLCs. And I even, like, made a spreadsheet to see what it would be like to get all the achievements on it. It seems doable. It seems like reasonable. I would have to do like a lot more. I'd have to like go into New Game Plus, but I wouldn't have to like do too much into New Game Plus. But I've been having fun with that. I still haven't done like the Dark Souls 3 DLC. I don't know like if or when we'll do it. Like maybe that'll be one of the mishmash things we do this week before Bravely Default. I did the Magic Open over the weekend. I went like 1 and 3. It was very bad. Best of 1 kind of sucks, yo. I think, if I recall correctly, it was something like I drew 13 lands game 1. I played against Coma game 2. I won game 3 and I drew 3 lands game 4, and like that was the end of my tournament. But with that said, like I think I also like built my deck incorrectly. I got kind of debated by like the rares. I had what is it, Yorn, the 6/6 Death Toucher, a green black land, and something else, like another like green black rare or something. So I just went into Sultai, and the games that went long, which were game 1 and game 2, I just didn't do anything. Like, none of my cards did anything. They just existed and did not win the game. So, definitely misbuilt it, but that's okay. I watched a lot of Super Mario 3D World. That looked really fun. That's definitely like now up on my list. I got a box of set boosties from Kaldheim that I opened. I opened up an alternate frame, like the cool frame Valky, it looks awesome. And I also opened up a normal Vorinclex, so the and a foil alternate frame Toralf. That looks pretty rad. So it was a cool little set boosty box. I had turned in all the things I had gotten in my last set boosty box and got that one for free, so that was cool. I know we're like 2 months away from Strixhaven still. I'm definitely gonna buy a box for Strixhaven because I want like all the cool like signature spells. Let's see, what else? Anything else interesting? Not really. I hope y'all have been doing good. Oh yeah, stream-wise, we might be seeing a slight schedule change. Not in the time of day, but in the days of the week. My Sundays are open now. You know, there's no NFL season, so I'm not, like, going and watching football with my dad. So I might shift it around so that I'm streaming both weekend days. And then finding another day during the week to take off instead. But yes, that's about where I'm at. I hope you all have been good. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think right now my off days are Friday and Sunday. Yeah, Friday and Sunday. Because I don't do, like, Final Fantasy XIV raids anymore. So, like, I'm open on Wednesdays now. But I'm probably going to shuffle that around. I also have been thinking about switching it to less days, but longer. Like, instead of starting at, you know, 8 Eastern, 8:30 Eastern. You know, 5 days a week. Maybe cut back to, like, 3 or 4, but start at, like, you know, 5:30 or 6 or something. But we'll see. We'll see what's up. But the first things first will be the days of the week. Like, I think Sunday's going to be open again. And I think that'll be better, because I think, like, the weekend streams are pretty fun. You know, people are able to hang out more. I also need to see if we're still doing D&D on Fridays. Because I think we've done D&D, like, once in the past 7 weeks or something. Or 6 weeks. This week it was my fault, of course, because of all the power stuff. But, like, we might have reached that point where the D&D group is kind of, like, D&D'd out. So I'll have to see about that. If that's the case, you know, I might, like, stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then, like, one day during the week or something. Let's check this out. What are the options? How's the volume? Can y'all hear it? Oh, good. They have volume options. It's been a while since I played a Switch game, I think. When's the last Switch game I played? Probably the Bravely Default 2 demo? At least on stream. When my power was out, I played, I started a new file of Breath of the Wild. I didn't get too far, I just got to, like, Kakariko. Talk to Impa. That game's fun. Alright, let's check it out. Thank you for your download. Pre-release version, chapters excerpted from the middle of the game. You'll be joining the story in progress. You may find it difficult to fully grasp the events happening. We encourage you to enjoy the atmosphere. Battles have been ramped up and difficult. Oh no. Remember last time they said in the demo that the difficulty's been ramped up, and then we sat there and complained about how hard Bravely Default 2 was? We, like, I don't even think we beat the final boss. I think, like, the final boss ended up just beating us up so badly that we gave up. Yeah. We hope you enjoy the game. So all I know about this is that apparently it's, like, from the Octopath people, and the concept is Octopath Traveler, but instead of it being, like, an old-school JRPG, it's, like, an old-school, like, tactical JRPG, similar to Tactics. You had to grind? Yeah.
The Kingdom of Glenbrook, through which runs the mighty Nozelia River, bringing flourishing trade. The Grand Duchy of Esfrost, a land of ice and snow beneath which
I misread that at first.
And in the desert, the holy state of Hyzant, home to the lake from which is harvested the salt essential to life. With each nation controlling one vital resource, conflict between these three powers was all too common.
Okay.
Minor disputes and skirmishes gave rise to fierce battles, and before long, the realm was engulfed in a bloody conflict that would rage on for years. Many
Oh, I hit the button real
brought
quick
to their
earlier.
limits and facing their mutual demise, the three powers at last negotiated a truce. Peace came to Norzelia, but only briefly. Shortly after assuming power in Esfrost, Archduke Gustadolf launched a surprise invasion of the neighboring kingdom of Glenbrook. The might of the Esfrostian forces, under the command of the formidable General of Lora, easily overwhelmed Glenbrook's crown city. Before
It really
anyone
is.
could comprehend the meaning of what was happening, the once proud Whiteholm Castle had fallen. Learning of the attack, House Wolford, highest of the three high houses of Glenbrook, rushes to the royal family's aid. Leading the charge is none other than young Serenoa, who has only just taken over the mantle of lordship from his father.
Sereno is a pretty cool name.
At his side are Benedict, House Wolford's advisor and a veteran of the Salt Iron War, Roland, the younger prince of Glenbrook and Serenoa's childhood friend, and Frederica, his betrothed, who hails from the very duchy they now call foe. A new war is kindling, fanned by the unwavering convictions held by the rulers of these lands. And though they may not yet know it, Serenoa and his comrades are heading straight into the pyre. Esfrost's forces have breached the once proud walls of Whiteholm, and now overrun its majestic halls, leaving only death and destruction in their wake. Like bloodthirsty beasts, they search, eager to carry out Archduke Gustadolf's orders to kill any member of the royal family on sight. With the very future of the kingdom hanging in the balance, Serenoa hurries to the throne room as fast as his legs can carry him.
Okay, chapter. Wow, they jumped us into chapter 6? Alright. I always liked how Danganronpa did its demos. Danganronpa demos were pretty cool. They just did like you got introduced to the characters, got to do the like the mechanics of everything, but the actual story was just something they made up. Like it was not the story from the main game whatsoever. And they even poked fun at that every time. I think it even ends like you're doing the class trial and it's like, oh, we gotta find out who did it. And right before you're supposed to guess, or like the big piece of evidence is revealed, one of the characters goes, we can't give it to you for free, you have to pay for that. And then like the demo cuts off. Because that is the one bad thing. Like, I basically played the entirety of Chapter 1 of Brave the Default 2, and I have to go play it again, like, when the game starts, because it doesn't carry over. Does it mean to hurt us?
They will do no such thing, my princess. Not so long as I draw breath.
Cease the vainglorious theatrics. The city is mine now, and not a soul loyal to his grace still lives.
But we do.
You are all that remains. Not even the Dawn Spear can hope to triumph against such odds.
Oh, is that not Chapter 1?
Tom,
Oh.
do you have the courage to test your words?
This is folly, Gustadolf. What madness has
Gustadolf.
possessed you? Is this how you would take revenge for what befell your father?
Nothing so petty as that, Ragnar. The war and all its atrocities should remain buried in the past.
Then what drives you to commit new ones? To tear down the future we labored so long to achieve? Do you think Hysant will stand idly by while Glenbrook burns?
I shudder to think what ends you hope to achieve by such vile means.
You always did lack imagination. However, not even I foresaw the opportunity this foolish partnership would afford me. As for Hyzant, she shall meet the same fate as your beloved kingdom before long.
Whatever your aims may be, you'll never...
Voice acting's pretty solid so far. It was a little shaky in Octopath. It felt kind of like they weren't conversing with each other. They were just like reading lines in isolation, which of course is what's happening. But this one at least felt like an interaction.
Roland?
Brother? You imbecile! Why do you return?
Be grateful to see me for once. I wasn't about to leave you to these wolves.
You stone-headed brat!
If it isn't my dear Frederica and her newly betrothed, and you've brought friends.
Hell yeah, I did.
Stand down at once. On the honor of House Walford, we shall not let the royal family come to harm.
So you're the young one. You have courage, if not much sense. I'll give you that.
Brother, what is the meaning of this?
I am sorry for forcing this unpleasant scene upon you, Frederica. I had to take action.
Action? What?
Listen well. I, Gustadolf Esfrost, do hereby condemn the King of Glenbrook and his agents for their treacherous deeds. Scheming to claim the riches of the Grand Norzelian mines their own, they slaughtered my dear cousin Dragan in cold blood. For this most heinous crime, and for shattering the trust between our nations out of malice, I declare their punishment must be swift and final.
So this is the lie you weave.
What mummery is this? Dragan was killed by...
Silence, my lord.
Benedict?
I commend you for delivering the traitorous Prince Roland to me. He, too, must answer for his crimes. Hand him over, and House Wolfort may yet see itself through this unscathed. You are my dear sister's husband-to-be. Bend the knee, and no harm shall befall you.
Oh no, Penguin. Oh, that sounds not great.
I will do no such thing.
Yeah, that's a monk
We won't be
ass.
party to your treachery.
Your father was ever a thorn in my side. You seem intent on repeating that history. However, I fear you will not live long enough to accomplish it. General of Laura, kill them all.
Yes, my lord.
Stop! I won't let you... Ah!
Oh.
Brother!
Ah!
Sir Maxwell, leave me! Take Roland to safety!
Yes, my lord. My prince, with me.
I can't leave them.
My lord, we must flee at once.
Yeah, it is.
But his grace.
Roland, Lord Wolford, there is no saving me. The future of Glenbrook lies in your hands now.
Father! My prince. But I... Damn it all!
After them.
You would once again see Norzelia bathed in blood, Gustadolf? Truly, you are lost.
This land has long been lost, Regna. But it need be no longer.
The entire demo is just like the story playing out of a cutscene for like 35 minutes. You don't get to do any
This is
combat.
where Sir Maxwell would have us wait.
He is readying the boat for our escape as we speak.
A wise decision. No doubt the river is our... The streets are overrun with Esfrosti soldiers. Our foe no doubt searches for us on the other side of this very gate.
Then we wait here and pray for Sir Maxwell's swift return.
Father. Frenny. We're dead.
What is she doing with us? She's with the enemy! What? No! I had no idea!
What's X do? Profile? Oh! Cool. So you can see who's speaking. She's cool. I like a little... It's not a crown, but whatever that is. Cool little cape, like... cape robe thing also.
Lies! It was your own brother that attacked the city! If I had any idea he was planning such atrocities, I would have stopped him. I know not what's possessed him.
My lady speaks the truth. We are as shocked and
Enough, Hewitt! We can't be clawing at each other's throats with the Frosty army looking to hunt us down like dogs.
Oh, look at this guy smile.
My emotions got the better of me for a moment. Forgive me.
Hewitt means no ill, my lady. Her fellow members of the King's Guard were slain before her eyes. For now, let us focus on the present. Prince Roland's safety and escape are our main concerns.
Of course.
These are trying times, but we mustn't let emotions cloud our judgment.
Benedict, you stopped me from speaking the truth of Dragon's death. To what end?
Gustadolf would frame Glenbrook for Lord Dragan's murder and claim it as pretext for his invasion. If he knew we witnessed the truth, our heads would already be on pikes.
It would seem he still intends to put them there.
Because you spat in the face of his demands.
What we know could expose his claims as the treacherous lies they are. If it came to light that Gustadolf orchestrated his own cousin's murder, no one would dare stand by his side.
Yeah, I don't either. I was gonna say the same thing. Like, we're getting this whole lore dump about, you know, some treacherous act. But the characters know the truth, but we don't know the truth. We don't know who any of these people are. We have no... no reason to care for anything. I don't know. I think
However,
as of right now, the
substance on their own.
The timing of the demo, like the time period they chose, is pretty poor. I think they should have started you off with just a fight, and then done some lore dump for the story, and then another fight or something.
Especially when weighed against the power and influence the Archduke commands. Your truth would be taken as the pathetic ramblings of a desperate man.
Once again, your wisdom makes me feel the fool.
No, we are all fumbling through these dark times. You spoke and acted as the Lord of House Wolfort, and did so admirably.
And yet my actions have put everyone in danger.
Let us look forward, my lord, not back. There are truths yet cloaked in the shadows. We must survive and see them brought to light. For these truths shall be the weapons by which we lay Esfrost
I recognize
low.
this voice, I think. Hold on. Let's go check. Let's go check. Project Triangle. It's Benedict. Oh, it doesn't say. Okay, it doesn't say. It's not up yet.
Thank you, Benedict. I promise to do all in my power to see...
I kind of just want to fast forward to the fight.
Let us await Sir Maxwell's arrival.
There is a fast forward button taunting me. Okay, so this game comprises multiple phases, and between story scenes and battles, there will be an exploration phase. In this phase, you may move freely to gather info from people around you, obtain items, review mechanisms, and terrain features. To end the exploration phase and progress the story, press the L button. Really? So we can climb a ladder. Okay. Oh, so you can kind of get the lay of the land for the battle coming up. Okay, that's pretty cool. Because now I can come up here and see that large HP recovery pellet. Nice. That, like, if I've got some ranged people, this is where I'd want to take them. Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do, but... Then we can come down here. We have some money. Looks like this isn't super useful. I was thinking maybe it would have a second ladder that, like, you can come down and come back up behind the enemy. But it does not appear to be the case. No, I already talked to you. Yeah, oh, that's true. That is a way to just, like, get away so you can heal and stuff. Oh, interesting. 3 major guiding convictions prevail. Utility, morality, and liberty. This will take the form of invisible parameters influenced by the choices you make throughout the game. They will not be reflected visually. Your decisions will shape Saronia's convictions, as well as influence which companions may choose to join his cause. So, okay, so it looks like the decisions matter. I'm gonna by the default 2, you're gonna get P5S so you can remain unspoiled. Oh, that makes sense. You know, play through that one before I get the chance to. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I've been at too. I plan on getting, like, both of the games at some point anyways. Really all 3 of them now that I've seen Super Mario 3D World. It's just a matter of which one I want to do first. You know, I might, Oh, recovery pellet. Oh, hold on, there's a ladder down here. Oh. Another, go hide spot. Another spot for me to be a huge chicken. You know, I might sell that Vorin Klex and Valky and just, like, say, like, alright, that boosty box got me Bravely Default. Oh, yeah, so that's perfect. So then you can go, like, right into the sequel. Alright. Let's see how this works. I like that the decisions matter, although I don't know exactly how they do. You maxed out all social links without a guide? Pew 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 pew! Congratulations. That's fantastic. That's awesome.
My lord, please reconsider.
Oh no.
Esfrost's numbers are overwhelming. We would only be sending our men to their doom.
I will not stand idly by as the capital burns! Move, you fool! I'll make that bastard Gustadolf remember how true my aim is!
Oh, how does that work?
Too late, my lord.
How does Chihaya work? Is it kind of like the fortune-telling thing? At in P4?
Whiteholm has fallen. Damn it all. There is no new.
Heavens be good. A dream of peace so soon dashed asunder.
Oh, but it doesn't take time? Incredible.
My lord,
Yes. We must prepare for the worst. House Fox will not surrender without a fight.
So obviously any game like this is going to get compared to Final Fantasy Tactics, right? And Final Fantasy Tactics had two things going for it. Especially back in the day. One, the story was incredible. Like, the story for Final Fantasy Tactics is just A+. One of my favorites. But two, the combat was really fun at the time. I don't think the combat... not the combat itself, but I don't think, like, the way they handled it really holds up super well. I remember the last time I tried to play Tactics, it was a, kind of a hassle trying to, like, with how much grinding was required, and how, like, the grinding worked, where you had to, you know, just walk back and forth between two places. But I feel like a game like this really needs, like, both things to be really good. It needs the story to be awesome, and it needs, like, the combat to be fun. So far, I am unimpressed with the story happenings, but again, they did drop us in the middle of it, so maybe it'll make sense. But let's see how the combat is, because that's going to be, like, the big decider. Because I thought Octopath was fine, was, like, a perfectly reasonable game, because the combat was fun, but the stories were, like, irrelevant.
My prince, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've managed to procure a boat for our escape.
Thank you, Sir Maxwell.
Would that I could have done more. You did well to stand against Gustadolf. Your father would have been proud to see it.
Let's save the pleasantries until we're through the gate, huh?
We are. Open the gates, Eridor!
Whatever you say, my lord. Here's hoping we can make it through without those bastards on the shore noticing.
Over there!
There's too many of them. We need to turn back.
give it up! There's nowhere to run!
Damn it! They've shut us in!
Okay, yeah. Let's do it.
If this is where I fall, I'm taking these frosty bastards with me!
Don't be so quick to throw your life away.
Yes, we haven't lost hope yet.
I haven't been impressed with the, Serenoa voice acting. I've liked Benedict's? And I thought his brother that got Ripperoonie just now was pretty solid. King seemed reasonable. Gustadolf seemed pretty good.
The boat will arrive shortly. We only need to fend them off until then.
Can we do that?
I fail to see why not. If you lend us your sword, that is.
As if I would do aught else.
Form around the prince.
The prince is on the bridge! Seize him!
They pour from the castle like rats. I shall
Oh,
defend the
okay,
rear.
we're gonna get pincered right away. I kind of want to play like Fire Emblem Three Houses also. I've heard like really good things from it. Okay, 2 keys to victory in battle, position and initiative. Position and terrain can be your advantage. Attacks from behind your foe or from high ground deal greater damage. Order in which units take actions determined by their speed. Upcoming turn orders displayed on the bottom. Keep a careful eye on the turn order and review your allies' abilities. Escape from the castle. Secure the drawbridge. If Roland dies, we lose. Oh! Excuse me? At your camp, you can make ready for battle at your encampment. Purchasing items. Ah. Okay. Small note. If you ever have like someone that's acting as a shopkeeper, make sure you can talk to them from across the counter, because you can't. I have to actually walk around the counter and stand next to him to talk to him. It's really small. It doesn't really matter that much, but like, let me talk to the shopkeeper from the counter. The immersion. Okay. Oh, this person upgrades your weapons. The wares, okay. How much money do I have? 550? Let's buy these pellets. Oh, I have exactly enough money to buy everything that they have. I think that is such a coincidence, and not at all meant to show that that's what I need to do. Trade post. Move an ally's turn to directly after your own? Whoa! That seems busted. If I understand this correctly, what I can do, like in theory, because it looks like this is a move that you teach, but in theory, it basically lets you make your weakest character your best character. Because you just like teach this to your weakest character, and then every time it's their turn, you just quick link and put your best character next. Now, that's assuming that it's like an extra turn and not like... Yeah, that might not actually work as well. Maybe you would want to put on like your fastest character, and then you can take like a big, slow, lumbering like damage dealer, and make them go like after your fast, like low HP spy or rogue or whatever. Because it says move an ally's turn to directly after your own. So if you have someone that like does very little damage but they act quickly, you could teach them this and just like make your slow, you know, knight or whatever beat people up. But it looks like we can't do that. You don't think that's how that would work? Okay. Menu. Delayed. Oh, yeah, here we go. Ability details. Power 80. Oh, man. You gotta focus on the range, too. And delay its turn. Raise the potency and accuracy of follow-up attacks. Damage increases if you attack from higher ground. Oh, okay. So you don't think it's like an extra turn. You think it's just, it moves it behind you. Okay. Yeah, so not as good as I initially thought, probably. But still probably pretty solid. I'm sure there's like, it's got some uses. Deal a counterattack when attacked. Okay. Oh, okay. Physical damage twice. 4 squares in a straight line, dealing physical damage to any enemies in 3 squares along the way. Oh, cool. Move 5 squares. Okay. So this one's about movement. Raise an ally's physical defense. Okay. Okay, so this is my booster. This is my fire. Grant them the ability to... Oh, that's interesting. Raise fire resistance and get counterattack. So, like, it's still useful even if the enemy isn't using fire. Fire damage, slow their movement, and set the ground aflame. Oh, that sounds awesome. Okay, so far I'm very excited about, like, the sheer number of abilities and the usage of them. It seems like movement, speed, and, you know, boosts, defenses and stuff are all, like, really relevant. Oh, there's our healer. Starts with haste, okay. Grant 2 actions during a single turn. Oh, so this one can move twice? No. They move once, but they can act twice. Put them to sleep for 2 turns? Become invisible for 2 turns. Okay. Blind them. Oh, okay. So, we want to have Huette be basically, like, trying to finish off enemies. Because she gets crits against things that are less than half. Oh, but you take more from arrows. Okay. Look at this guy. How is this guy's name not just like Gaston? This guy is like clearly Gaston. Provoke all enemies within range, drawing their attacks to you. Okay. What is the range though? 1 to 2 squares. The 2 height difference. Always counterattack? Oh! Always counterattack. So you provoke and can counterattack all of them. Knock them back 5 squares. And then ice. Same things are fire person. Create an obstacle on the target square that extends 1 square on both sides. Oh. Oh, look at this! Okay. So you create an obstacle. You know, you create ice on the ground, and then if you start your turn standing on ice, you get a TP back. Interesting. Okay, cool. So that's a lot of abilities. Okay, unit placement. My spy gets to go twice. Okay, what's the setup here? Oh, there's people back here too? Okay, there's an archer up there. Can I put people anywhere? Oh no, okay. Is he on a horse? He is. Okay. Well, we'll just start. Anything down here? No. No. Okay, so there's one archer that we're gonna want to be careful of. Oh, begin battle. Okay. Alright, let's see what we're up to. Let's see how this works.
The gate to the drawbridge is shut tight. We must find a way to open it, and quickly.
Okay.
There should be a mechanism nearby.
So we gotta get to that
Leave the pursuers
mechanism.
to me. Open the gate, whatever it's...
Board the boat from there. Pull the lever. Adjacent to the lever. Move in friendly unit. Some squares will be colored purple. Squares within enemy attack range. Okay. Enemy is able to attack a friendly unit next turn. A red line connecting them will appear. Move things out of harm's way. Okay. Oh. Oh, cool. So you can see like how far their range is. So here's my spy. I think I want to take my spy here. And then I want to turn invisible. Yeah, okay. Hey, some XP. And then she gets to go twice. But she has nothing else to do, so we'll end turn. Oh, then you pick which way to face. Okay.
My turn.
Oh, that was... Just this one? Okay. Double... Oh, no! Interesting. So you can't attack diagonally. It's only the cardinal directions. So that archer can get us here. Everything can get us here. We don't want to move there. That one can get us here. I'm actually gonna move this one here. Oh, no. Hold on. I see how this works. If I move here, I can lance here. Yeah, okay.
Take that.
That takes this way.
Flight.
Oh, she's got a bow? Oh, okay. Well, then what we're going to do is move you back here. Nope, not there. Nope, not there. Then we'll go here. Oh, nope. Can't attack there. What about here? Nope. Here? Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright. Face this way.
There is no mercy on the
Now, what can you do? You boost people, right? So I want to keep you in the back. Where do I see how much... oh, TP's on the bottom. Okay. Yeah, let's raise the defense of Roland. Because if he dies, we lose.
I shall do my best.
From where shall we strike?
Well, let me, Okay, this is just 1-1, so I have to have this person actually close. Oh, that gets hit by 2 people. Yeah, let's delay its turn. I like the music.
I shall protect you.
Oh, this person acts on their own. Okay. Okay, so that one's dead now.
I shall do what I can.
And what do we have here? Rod, cure wounds, but no one's hurt, right? I don't think any of our players are actually hurt. No, okay. I think we want to just, like, move back here. Oh, okay, there's a stone. We can just end the turn.
I'll take you on!
Okay. So if I wanted to provoke... Oh, I can't provoke. So I think what we want to do is go here. And just kite shield this one. And then when it attacks, we'll get to counterattack.
It falls to me.
And here's our Ice Scholar. Let's see, Oh. See, the problem is... I don't know if this wall of ice is something I want to have happen. Because it's got the ability of, like... TP on ice. So all I'm gonna do is move here. And then say wall of ice. I don't understand how this works. Oh, hold on. Can I... do this? Oh, no! That's not what I thought it was. Okay, that's different then. This is more like a wall. Oh, so we can use this to, like, block people, like... block shots. I see. Okay. Alright, alright. Well, that was a slight mistake, but...
Let me show you what I've learned.
And then what are you? Oh, you're the, Can't scorch yet. I'm actually gonna move back here. And just end the turn. Where's that ladder? Oh, it's all the way over the other side. Oh, well, there it is. Okay. How do I climb down? I think we can just end turn. Because we're invisible.
My turn.
Oh man, this camera's like really wonky. Nice.
Time to take flight.
So this should be a crit. Miss!
I see a path to victory.
Here's our strategist. Oh, I see. Okay. So you get 1 TP every turn.
Splendid.
Strength and magic attack up for Saronia.
On my honor as the Dawn Spear.
Oh.
For the honor of House Walford.
If I go here...
Here.
Oh, 75! And then we got to, like, attack twice because of the pincer. Oh, okay. Interesting. So if you get someone in a pincer position, it looks like you automatically get, like...
It's the prince! Seize him!
A double
Quickly now,
attack.
before more arrive.
Shall we begin?
Oh.
My apologies.
I've been waiting for this.
Oh, I should have moved here first. I see. I'm actually gonna move back here now. Start focusing on these people. That one's asleep. I need to act again.
Allow me. Victory is within reach.
Oh, it looks like they wake up if you hit them when they're asleep. Okay. Oh, you freezed it. Okay, I see. Let's go ahead and block this one off.
It ends here.
Perfect. No, it's not a good spot. Oh, do you pick up an item if you stand here? You do! Okay. Following will drop loot. Move an item to a penalty in a bag to claim it. It'll be added to your inventory after the conclusion of the battle if you win.
This
Okay.
battle is ours.
I want to do bow here.
This ends now!
Kill that one. Yeah. And then we can go here and start working towards getting up on high ground where our hawk thing will be good. And I can pull over enemy units that are particularly susceptible to it. Action behind are guaranteed to score a critical hit. If an ally's position behind an enemy, you strike the physical attack. They'll do a follow-up. Okay.
I will end this.
Oh, you're my fire person, right? Scorch. Oh, they're both weak. Let's move. I'm really struggling with the camera. Come back here. No reason to do that. Oh, I think it's inverted. I think that's why it's like bothering me. Yeah. Yeah, to look up, I have to press down.
We can win this!
Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I see a path to victory.
Is there a double hit?
Now.
Just as I
Following up.
Okay.
On my honor as the Dawn Spear.
Nice!
Just as I planned. Following up.
Oh, and a follow-up attack.
For the honor of House Walford. Yeah.
Okay.
We must
Oh.
tread carefully.
Allow me.
I had to act twice.
For you. A sound strike. I feel stronger already.
Hey, I leveled up. We'll keep that one kind of focused there. Thrust.
I shirk from no danger.
Hey, level up.
This is it.
Yeah, I wonder if you can change that setting also.
This battle is ours.
And I should get the double. Yeah! Okay, alright, we're getting the hang of it. You know, this is our healer, so we want to cure wounds on self. Yeah, changing that setting would be helpful. Let's see if I can do that. I think we'll move over here now.
I've been waiting for this.
Then he can come here. And then we can get the double. And the item.
Allow me.
Nice! Okay.
So, it falls to me.
So all the enemies back here are dead now.
On my honor as the Dawn Spear.
I see a path to victory.
Allow me.
Hooah! Go grab this bag.
For the honor of House Walford.
Go grab this bag.
We must tread carefully. For you. Sound strike.
And then I get to attack twice.
This is
Kill the archer. Yeah. Grab the bag.
My turn.
Here I come.
I think we should be good.
I shall protect you. That
Cool
went
heads
well.
shall prevail.
You won't beat me!
Let us pry out their weakness.
Where was I?
And that's how you freeze the
I
ground.
need a healer.
It's open! Go!
Don't let them escape! Capture the royal family! Kill any other...
Protect the prince!
No matter how many come, our blades will...
They've overrun the bridge already.
Quietuses? Quietuses do not use up a turn and can be triggered instantaneously. A single quietus can be used only once in a given battle. Okay, what's a quietus?
For the honor of House Walford!
Does anyone know what a quietus is?
Let me show you what I've learned.
I won't lose!
Here I come.
Oh, okay.
On my honor.
That's the definition? Yeah.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Yeah, probably the first one then.
Shall we begin?
Come at me!
Oh. Inomi's behind me.
So, it falls to me.
Yeah. Make you walk around that. We're gonna not do that.
The results are in, and excellent.
Frosty feathers. And then you'll stand on this ice.
From where shall we
And that
strike?
should mean that, like, they get an extra TP.
I won't lose!
Time to take flight. Let
You would
me
think
show you what
the
I've learned.
Hawk character would have better movement than she does. Yo, look at that guy's picture. He looks awesome. The shield bearers.
On my honor as the dawn speaks.
Stay invisible. Gain some health back.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Boost up Roland's defense again.
Ready for more! I won't lose!
Because our good friend Roland looks like he's about to so all four of them get there. All three are there no matter what, so we might as well come here. And poke both.
see that? Yes!
Here I come.
Go ahead and finish this one off.
This ends now!
Yeah.
May fortune favor us.
Shadow Stitching Arrow.
Oh, impossible!
From where shall we strike?
Hold on one second. Okay. So we can, like, come to the back and... Yeah, actually, we just want to come here, right? And then we get, like, this double attack.
Perish!
We don't even need the double attack, but we'll take it anyways.
For my kith and kin.
Cool heads shall prevail.
And this is our healer. Oh, we can do haste? Oh yeah, let's haste up this guy. This guy's awesome. This guy hits like a truck.
Our victory is assured.
You won't beat me!
So, it falls to me.
Keep the ice thing going on. Do ice damage to an enemy, decrease their speed for 3 turns, and freeze the ground? Holy crap. So we can't do it yet, but that's pretty good.
I shan't hold back. Just as I planned.
Put this one to sleep.
Sound strike.
Perfect.
This will prove useful.
Surmount. Oh, that's cool. It's like an extra movement. We'll go and take cover. That one's asleep. I don't really need to do this.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Yo, Roland's gonna go ham.
I shall do my best.
For the future of House Wolford.
For the honor of House Wolford.
I'm gonna go finish this one off real quick. Make sure things don't, like, try to pincer us from the back. Just have that one clean up. Hey! I'm supposed to be invisible.
My lord!
Oh. That was a mistake.
Did you see that? Yes!
And we get the double!
My strategy is superior.
Oh. He doesn't attack for very much.
The hunt is on.
Immobilize them for 2 turns?
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish that one off, hopefully. Yeah! I'm gonna move here.
I shall do what I can.
And I'm also gonna haste up, this guy.
This shall be a boon.
You won't beat me! Hurts, don't it?
So,
Huh, I didn't get a double attack there. I wonder why. Cool!
most interesting.
I was prepared for this. Allow me.
Should we get a double?
Victory is within reach.
Die already!
Yeah. And we attacking, move again. And we should get another double.
It's over. Victory is within reach.
Yeah! Okay. And then I get to move. And we'll move back here.
On my honor as the Dawn Speaker. For the honor of House Walford!
I see a path to victory.
How gracious.
For victory!
Let's rush from the back.
Yes!
Yeah! Victory! Results. Kudos obtained 26, coin obtained 170. Recovery pellet, recovery pellet, recovery pellet. They're all recovery pellets, okay. Perform a backstab. Oh, okay, you get kudos every time you do like something like this. So we performed 11 backstabs, so we got 11 points. 10 follow-up attacks. 5 weaknesses. There's really not much. They gave us like this really long story dump at the very beginning, and it boils down to people were trying to kill us, so we had to fight our way out. It was honestly kind of uninteresting. Part of it's probably because it's from chapter 6 and like it meant nothing to us, and it was just like a massive amount of lore dump immediately. So hopefully it's not like a bad thing about the game in general. But the combat section was really good. The combat had a lot of depth to it. There were a lot of different moves and a lot of different characters that could do different things with different ranges and different abilities. I liked the passive abilities that some of them had, so I'm optimistic about the combat. Yeah. Congratulations on Duke winning.
Go! Leave this place. The Archduke will be content with your father's head.
Never. Esfrost will answer for its crimes today.
Your Highness!
A shame. You might have lived a long life.
So long as I stand, you'll do him no harm.
Sir Maxwell!
My prince, you are responsible for more than just your own life now. You are a leader, and must be the beacon others look to when the night is darkest.
My friends of House Wolfort, I leave Prince Roland in your care.
Let me go!
Release him to me, and there may be mercy for you yet, Maxwell.
Tis you who should be seeking mercy.
You want it done decided to end the season? I think start playing really well. Nice! Yeah, that's not the first time I've heard of that in like college basketball. Where like the person that was supposed to be really good, like they clearly got a lot of talent, goes away and then suddenly the team starts playing better. It's not even just college basketball. If I recall correctly, that's kind of what happened to the Houston Rockets this year. They were playing really bad with Harden because he just had a bad attitude and didn't want to be there. And then they got rid of him, and then suddenly, like, you know, they're not like a good team, but I think at one point they were like, you know, 9-12 or something, instead of when they started like 0-4 or something. I haven't kept up with basketball too much the past few days, though.
Must you do this? Very well.
Oh, battle. Bye-bye. We're on a boat. Yeah, beating Virginia is really good. Because, if I recall correctly, Virginia is like a top 10 team, right?
You were only toying with me at the tourney.
Only a fool shows what they can do when the stakes are so trifling.
They've said it at the time.
I could not have said it better myself.
Oh! Oh! Alright, that's pretty pog. That's pretty hype.
How do you still stand?
You were this realm's fiercest warrior, Dawn Spear. But today your sun sets, and a new age begins.
Oh! Okay.
And so it was that the once proud kingdom of Glenbrook did fall. Aesfrost seized control of the Crown City, threatening to bring the surrounding domains under its iron yoke. Now the Archduke's army marches upon House Wolfort's stronghold, where Prince Roland is being sheltered by his loyal friends and allies.
Huh. It looks like that's the only place we can go to.
Your most honorable siblings, Lord Thalas and Lady Erica, have arrived, my lord.
Thank you for the escort. You may go now.
If there is anything else that you require, anything at all, you need but say the word.
In that case,
I would have a bottle of the realm's finest wine and a serving of fresh fruit delivered to my quarters.
But of course, milady, I shall have the servants fetch it at once.
Ever eager to please, isn't he?
I believe the word you're looking for is sycophant. Congratulations on bringing Glenbrook to its knees, brother. It's a thing of beauty, what you've accomplished. I trust you're already seeing to that fuss outside the castle walls?
Of course.
The other domains are putting up little in the way of resistance. Lord Telior trembles in his seat within the stronghold, and Lord Fox was oblivious to what was happening until it was far too late.
How easily the three great houses of Glenbrook break under your iron boot, brother.
Wolford is the last to hold out, but Avlora will deal with them. Prince Roland will be in our hands before long.
Speaking of royalty, brother, I would have thought Cordelia would be dead or rotting in jail. Yet here she sits on the throne. She looks less a vanquished princess and more a queen.
That is precisely what I would have her be.
Whatever do you mean?
Once things have calmed, I shall assume guardianship over her and have her crowned. A few days hence, Regna will be executed. I've already informed Patriat as much.
So the wise and benevolent King Regna meets his end at last.
Father!
Subjects of Glenbrook, I am Gustadolf, Archduke and High Commander of the Grand Duchy of Esfrost. Hear my words. The sins King Reg... 3 decades have passed since the end of the war. In the years, the opening of the Grand Norzelian mines was to be the dawn of a new age. An age where our 3 nations would work together for the peace and prosperity of all. But King Regna spat in the face of that glorious dream. As our engineers worked tirelessly to put success within reach, your King Regna schemed in the shadows to seize control of the mine for his own profit. And when Dragan Esfrost, my dear cousin, and the man tasked with overseeing the mine's operations, became aware of this plot, King Regna had him assassinated in cold blood. In doing so, he betrayed not only my own nation and the holy state of Hyzant, but you as well. And so we were left with no choice but to march on Whiteholm Castle and put an end to Regna's treachery by force. Our actions were born of a righteous duty to avenge Dragan's murder and this odious betrayal of this historic accord. What say you, King Regna?
I do not. But I beg of you.
Subjects of Glenbrook, your traitor king admits his guilt. The punishment for these crimes. Off with his head!
Roland.
Alright. Yeah, the story hasn't been doing much for me, but I really liked the combat section.
Just days after the fall of the crown,
so we might have another Octopath on our hands.
Glenbrook is beheaded before his subjects. The death of this kind and benevolent monarch plunges the realm into confusion and chaos. With the king perishes an all too short-lived era of peace. And in its place, one of bloodshed and turmoil.
whatever is House Telior to do. With King Regna gone, we must find a way to preserve ourselves. Landroy, that proud fool, will no doubt fight to the bitter end. But House Fawkes alone is no match for the Grand Duchy. Yet if House Wolford were to fight at their side... They say Prince Roland is in Wolford's charge. If this is true, there's a good chance they will join the fray. Or will they? The Wolfords may choose to ransom the prince to Esfrost in return for amnesty for their own domain. If it comes to that, Esfrost will either kill the prince and princess, or use them as their pawns, and Glenbrook will fall. Bending the knee to Esfrost may be our only hope if we are to live to see tomorrow.
Alright, let's see what this one has to say.
Minister Sorsley.
What is it this time, Booker?
We've just received word that Esfrost has launched a surprise invasion of Glenbrook. Whiteholm burns as we speak.
What's this?
The Crown City has fallen. King Regna was beheaded, and it is said Crown Prince Franny also perished in the fray. Prince Roland has fled to the domain of House Wolford, with the Grand Duchy's army in close pursuit.
Goddess forbid. What could the Archduke be plotting? And what did the others think of the matter? At any rate, I must speak with His Holiness at once.
Minister, if I may assuage you. I propose that perhaps this situation may yet play to House N's benefit.
Our benefit, you say? Indeed. Indeed, you may have the right of it. My dear Booker, whatever would House N do without you? Send a raven to His Holiness. Tell him that his faithful servant Sorsley would humbly beg an audience.
At once, Master.
Okay. I think the story could have some potential. It's just they threw us in, like, into, like, Chapter 6 with no idea what was going on. But I have not been impressed so far. Like, it hasn't hooked me or anything. But the combat, like I said, has been really good.
Your Grace, House Fawkes has failed you. I have failed you. High House, damn it all! When you needed us most, we were not there to answer the call. How did we not see what they were plotting? How did we not know to go to your aid? But no, cursing our fate will not bring you back to us. We must focus our efforts on the one who might yet save Glenbrook from downfall. We must protect Prince Roland with our lives.
Okay, looks like we got a battle here now. Doesn't look like there's anything else to do. I do like the thing that you can do where it basically gives you you know, red dots for battles, green dots for stories stuff. So you can kind of go where you want, like what you're kind of feeling right now. So if I understand it correctly, what's going to happen now is we'll get a little story and then we'll get to walk around to see the lay of the land.
It is good to be home.
Castle Wolfort is the most impregnable stronghold in all the kingdom. You will be safe here, Your Highness.
Thank you. I can only hope Father and Sir Maxwell are safe as well.
Benedict, there is news.
What's the matter, Benedict? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Your Highness, my lord, pray try to remain calm. His Grace was beheaded at the Crown City not bells ago.
Father. No.
Roland.
I can only imagine what you're feeling now, Your Highness. But I fear we have not the luxury of grieving. As the last living heir to the throne, there is no doubt that the Archduke will target you next.
Indeed, we must move quickly. I would seek Father's counsel.
About Lord Simone.
Huh? What is it? Has something befallen Father? Father!
Lord Simone, what is the meaning of this?
He collapsed when he heard the news from the Crown City, and has not opened his eyes since.
You must be mad. The man was stronger than an ox.
We cannot afford to lose Lord Simone. Not now, of all times.
So far, the game has, like, the story aspect of the game has just been, like, characters I don't know are dying.
Be strong, Father.
And the characters are acting like this is a big deal, but I have no reason to care.
I still need you. Father.
Serenoa.
Like, I literally just met this person.
Is there any chance he will recover?
Our healers are doing everything they can, but...
Very well.
Do not give up hope, Serenoa.
Forgive me, Roland.
I must stay strong. You too must remain composed. For Lord Simone. And for those who now look to you for guidance in his stead.
I will try.
Pardon me, my lord. I come bearing a message.
From whom?
The scout we had sent in search of Sir Maxwell returned with this.
Sir Maxwell's mask.
Reports have it that it was found near Whiteholm Bridge.
Blood.
No. This mask was all that was found, you say?
The bridge was all but overflowing with the bodies of the fallen. It was not possible to ascertain all of their identities, and the swift course of the river thwarted any efforts to search further.
I see. Thank you for the report.
Yes, my lord.
Sir Maxwell, you too abandon me now?
Ah.
don't feel like getting his mask with all his blood on it, and assuming that he's dead
At
now.
Gustadolf's command,
warrants a, oh wow, I can't believe you would abandon me now.
Castle,
Looks
and
like he died for you, bro.
On the Wallfort domain. Their aim, to seize in their clutches Prince Roland, the unwilling heir to Glenbrook's throne.
So the battle mechanics I like. I think the combat's been really fun. I have not been a huge fan of like the story aspects. I've not really been a big fan of a couple other things. A couple of voice actors seem kind of But the combat itself is really good, and considering that Octopath Traveler was a game that I ended up deciding after playing it was not very good story-wise, not very good like voice acting and character-wise, but the combat was really fun, so it was worth it. So it seems like it's just more of the same. Like, it's a game with cool combat. I really, really liked the combat. There were a lot of different moves in the one fight that we've done. A lot of different static abilities. Combat's very similar to, like, extremely similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. So it's just Octopath Traveler as Final Fantasy Tactics. And, like, that comes with all the pluses and minuses, I guess. Yeah, I'm doing alright. The first part of last week was pretty rough, but the last few days have been fine. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it basically so far just feels like Octopath Traveler, but it's tactics instead of a JR, like instead of a Final Fantasy, like early Final Fantasy or something. Or Bravely Default, I guess, would be another example. Like, it just seems like the combat is a slightly different genre, and all the flaws and perks that it had are like pretty much the same. Although I will say they did throw us into the story in like the middle of chapter 6. So what you get, like you open on this big lore dump, like they just drop a whole bunch of story on you, but none of it makes any sense, and you don't care about it because you don't know any of the characters. Like, it starts with like 4 people dying, and like the characters in the game like freaking out, and you're just kind of like, okay, I don't know any of these people. And then you do a fight, and then, you know, 2 more people die, and you're like, I don't know any of these people. But, you know, maybe since it's supposed to be chapter 6, like, by the time it gets here, you actually care about the characters this time, maybe. I will say that they seem to... Okay. So, the Octopath story was... Not only was it bland, but it was basically non-existent, right? It was just kind of like 8 individual teeny tiny stories where you get like a couple of lines of dialogue and then go do stuff and get a couple lines of dialogue, right? Yeah, and part of that's because they can't make story-wise reasons for that because you don't have to travel with everyone, right? You can play it with any between 1 and 8 characters. So it just like, it didn't work for me. I thought Octopath was like really carried by its combat system, which was fun, and the rest of it was just kind of like whatever. I will say that so far it does seem like they've taken a much harder stance on having characters that interact with each other. You know, daring the few lore dumps that we've gotten, it's not just like one person's story and like a bunch of, you know, cardboard cutout background characters like it was in Octopath. There is a lot of interaction and discussion between various characters. So like, it does look like they at least made an effort on that front compared to last time. And it's very possible, like I said, that because they threw us in the middle, that's why none of it makes any sense. And like, I don't really care about it right now, but maybe by the time, you know, I get here in the actual game, it will. Yeah, exactly. I think Octopath had the other issue of it. Octopath was really just like 32 small cycles, and every cycle was the same. enter town, few lines of dialogue, go find the place you need to go, few lines of dialogue, go through the dungeon, few lines of dialogue, beat the boss, few lines of dialogue, move on to the next town. So Octopath Traveler was more like 32 of the exact same cycle over and over again. So we'll see if this is like super repetitive also or not. Yeah, I agree. Like Octopath's story was not very good. Hey, actually, this is a good time for a break. Right before we go in here. So I'm going to put the pause screen on, assuming it has one. It does. And I will be right back in like 2 minutes. Alright, we are back. But yeah, so that's where I'm at so far. I will say that when I played the Bravely Default 2 demo, I was much more into it than this one, but we'll give it the fair shake. We'll see how the second combat goes.
My lord, the Frosty army advances on us as we speak. A missive has arrived from Lord Gustadolf. It says they will stand down on the condition that we surrender Prince Roland to them at once.
We've not much time before they're on our doorstep, my lord.
Word has it that General Avlora herself heads the vanguard.
Gustadolf's not taking any chances. The scheming bastard.
Scheming bastard.
Summon the War Council at once. We must take swift action.
Do.
You cannot be serious about this.
It's all right, Frederica.
Please continue, Benedict.
Thank you. Once more, I would ask you plainly. Do we or don't we relinquish Prince Roland to Esfrost?
I say we refuse. We owe Sir Maxwell that much.
Precisely. Sir Maxwell entrusted us with keeping His Highness safe, and we accepted.
There's no place in the realm more sheltered by the terrain than this castle. He is safer here than anywhere. And yet, if the Archduke were to march on us with an army as great as the one that took the Crown City, or, heaven forbid, a greater one,
the natural fortifications of this land would work against us. Our shelter would become our jail.
So you propose that we just abandon him?
That we sacrifice his life for our own protection?
Better my life than any of yours. This is my battle. I would not see the blood of my friends spilt in my name.
Okay.
See, Your Highness, that's where you're wrong. House Wolfort's the sword and shield of the crown. You go to battle, we go with you.
Enough! I will leave before I see your domain ravaged by fighting. It is the only way. Surely you see this yet?
I refuse to believe sacrificing any of us is the correct path.
My lord, we cannot allow war to come to the Wolfort domain. Your highest priority must...
The more I ponder, the more...
As the master of this domain, you and no other.
I understand that.
So that's the other little mechanic of this game, is that throughout the game you're given 3 choices of dialogue, and based on which one you pick, it does suppling. I don't know exactly how it works, and it says it never will actually like show you the differences, but it apparently affects like who will join you, and various like background things in terms of the gameplay.
I would hear everyone's thoughts on the matter.
When you don't know exactly how it works, it does make it kind of like, I don't know what to pick. Hey Dale, your choices will change everything. Yeah, I wasn't really sure exactly what they were like how much they meant by that, because the little tutorial pop-up thing that came up really only said that like it'll change who can join you in some spots, and some things in the background in terms of like stats or something. So if you know more... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if you have heard more, I would love to hear it, because like I'm kind of confused by it. But if that's your guess, I think that makes sense. I just don't know how it'll work, right? Like, I don't know if it'll be something similar to like I don't know if it'll have like story implications, where you basically align with different groups based on like the choices that you make, or if it's more along the lines of just like you know, if you pick more of one of the three than a different one, you know, your characters have more strength instead of like defense or magic. You know, because it could be something as simple as that, is like when you level up, you get like a stat bonus to whichever one like you've chosen more. And if it's something like that, then it's kind of whatever. It's more on the lines of like optimization. So I hope it's something more like in your face. But I don't know what it would be. Oh, what's this? What's this? I'm intrigued at the moment. I'm not like hooked. Bravely Default 2 hooked me pretty much right off the bat, but...
Doctor, we have 2 patients.
Yeah, it took us a little bit to go through all like the different abilities and learn what we can do. I think we ended up handling the battle pretty well, though.
Both with extraordinary fevers.
Which is good.
Rosellen is unresponsive.
Well, I can't tend to both unless you can give me 2 more pairs of arms.
Let me help. I've just completed my training and I'll do whatever it takes to save them.
Are there no real doctors left? Fine, come. We're losing precious time.
Leave the Rosellen. We must.
I'm also interested to know how many people you can like partner with. Because so far everyone has had like differences in their mechanics. And if this is a game where there's, 30, 40, 50 different options, I could see that being like really fun to try and build a team around like a certain aspect. If it's just like these are like the 10 people that you get and you always have them. So I've never actually played Fire Emblem. I played Final Fantasy Tactics, and the mechanics are just, it's Final Fantasy Tactics. At least the first one. I never played like any of the sequel games. But like, the mechanics are just Final Fantasy Tactics. The only Fire Emblem type thing I've played is there was a Fire Emblem section in a game called Evoland, or Evoland 2 or something, that was like pretty fun. I want to play Three Houses. Three Houses looks pretty good, but I also know that it's like a 100-hour adventure. And I just got done playing Persona 4 Golden, which was, a 100-hour adventure.
Do they not teach the order of things in school these days?
You love Three Houses? Everyone I've talked to that has played Three Houses has had nothing but positive things to say about it.
So what if they do? What does the order of things have to do with saving lives?
Not all lives are weighted the same. You would do well to remember that.
Quickly, Medina, these people are dying as we bicker.
The other thing
I couldn't save him. Orders or not, I was the one following them. It's all my fault.
Oh, do you come join the party?
Where are you going?
Yeah, I've heard great things about Three Houses. I've heard great things about, what is it, Awakening?
I beg your pardon, Lord Serenoa, but a doctor...
Yo! Okay, so this is how you get new people.
My name is Medina. I've heard much about your house and simply had to see it for myself.
What insolence is this?
Stand down. Pray tell, what brings you before me?
It is said House Wolfert possesses a relic known as the Scales of Conviction.
It is. We turn to the scales for guidance in times of trouble.
Then, I wonder if they might...
Oh, okay. So this is, I think this must be it. Because they talked about the Scales of Conviction, and it, when it was doing the tutorial, it said, like, the scales were balanced in one of 3 ways. Side note, I don't think I've ever seen, like, a 3-pronged scale. I'm sure they exist, but... So, I'm thinking that because we were on the side of conviction, this is the person that joins us. So I wonder if people gave different answers, if they have a different character here.
I had a crisis.
Just rush to the main, it's like 40, 50 hours-ish.
A man was counting on me to save his life.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if I'm gonna play a game like that, I really want to do the side stuff, right? So I always like to factor in, like, the side stuff when I try to estimate time. Because it never hurts if you, like, undershoot it by just saying, no, I didn't like this game enough to do the side stuff. I just rushed through it. But, you know, I would hate to, like, just get, like, plan it out for 50 hours and be like, well, actually, I want to do all these other things. Yeah.
I cannot let this happen again. Pray grant me the chance to consult the scales.
The scales are merely a tool to an end. They are not a magical window into the future.
Yeah, the main sub-persona is very long.
All in this house have a say. We choose as best.
You mean you strive not to regret your decision?
That is all one can do. Forgive.
Then would House Wolford accept my aid?
If you would serve as a doctor, that would be a boon.
I would be honored, my lord.
Cool.
Then let us walk the path.
I am at your service.
Yo! Medina joined your forces. Alright, I'm in. Inspired by your deeply held convictions, Medina has joined your cause. Her skills will serve you well in battle. She can increase the potency of items and use multiple items. Oh, okay. So she's a chemist from Final Fantasy Tactics. Cool. So in theory, I could get rid of the spy. Or the shield person. Okay, so that was cool.
I will give the signal when it is time to cast your vote. I ask each of you to weigh the matter carefully till then.
Very well, my lord. To our own councils we go.
Their hearts are divided, but a compelling argument may yet change some minds. I need more info. I should ask around town. Understood. Okay, so this is the exploration phase. The path of the story will be determined by the consensus of your party as played out through voting scenes. Each of your allies will cast their vote according to his or her own convictions. As the player, you may cast a single vote, but you'll be bound to the decision of the majority. Furthermore, before voting commences, you may speak with others to persuade them to change their mind. Whether or not your attempt succeeds, however, will not be known until the votes are cast. Get the necessary info beforehand. Ah. Okay. This is kind of interesting. This is another exploration phase, I guess. Hi. Broken out in earnest. Found if you're producing arms. Massive army. Reigns most mighty on the continent. Oh, she does not want to relieve that bloody age. Secret traps that demands. Oh. Secret weapon. Well, Roland has a horse, so I'm going to try to get them to keep him, because that's cool for battle. A bounty. Yeah, give me my recovery pellet. Large recovery pellet. The Dawn Spear's sacrifice. What's the meaning of this? Yeah, recovery pellet. Yeah, haha, you found me. All right. Think that's it then? Yeah. Return to the council chamber. This is mildly problematic. I don't know which character is which.
What do you need?
Oh. Bounty on the prince.
I don't know. Well...
Must be thorough in times like this. Pray continue. I'll hear your thoughts in more detail. I have a plan. Indifferent to my plea. Yeah, I agree with you.
Lord Serenoa.
Secret weapon.
Interesting indeed. However, I am decided.
Deep in thought.
Aye, lad. Aye,
What?
lad.
Oh, I see. Oh, I missed one.
You're onto something. Consider this. Tough spot we're in.
Oh! The scales have shifted.
Lord Serenoa.
Missed so many things.
Perhaps. However,
Serenoa. Certainly. However,
I have my own thoughts on the matter. It's not best I handle that which is easily settled by my word alone.
I wonder.
Okay. Oh, here's the scales. Cool. Let's see. Voting.
It is time to cast our votes.
Question for us, do we surrender Prince Roland? Or do we fight?
Approach the scales of
I believe in you.
I believe I can decide this matter.
Yeah, Project stupid name. Yeah, it's a working title, just like Octopath Traveler was a working title.
So?
How you doing?
I agree.
Oh, do I have some stuff for you, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Blair. That sucks. Make some delicious popcorn. Kick back, relax, and I'll see if I am able to complain enough about this game that it's entertaining for you. Might have water tomorrow? Dude, that would be lovely. I can't believe you still don't. That's ridiculous. Project Dodecahedron road trip. Nice. Yeah, dude, that's ridiculous. You know, I really hope they get it back to you tomorrow, and Project Hypercube dating sim. Yeah, where's my, like, 40-hour-long dating sim, right? Speaking of that, I don't know if I told you, I saw that,
You won me.
that Honey Pop 2 came out. Cast my lot with the young master. It's called Persona? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, really, isn't Persona 5 just like a 20-hour long prequel to finally getting to date Makoto, and then 60 hours of just dating Makoto? This voting mechanic is somewhat interesting. I don't know how much I like it.
Conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen.
Well, I got everyone! Everyone was like, alright, I'm with you, buddy. Let's go.
The way forward is decided.
We surrender Prince Roland to Noan. This Frosty shall get our blades between the ribs and thank us for the honor. Oh, I like that emote. Oh, what is that? I've definitely seen that before. I feel like that's a video game character.
The judgment is made.
The scales tip, and our path is chosen.
Very well. Then I will do all in my power to see that it proves the right one.
That's right, that's right, okay.
My friend.
Prepare the defenses. We will hold our own against the army of Esfrost.
The real question is, do your choices actually matter, or were they gonna, like, fight us anyways?
After consulting the scales and reaching a consensus, House Wolfort resolved to shelter Prince Roland.
They said choices matter in the direct, so they probably don't.
Not long after, they find themselves besieged
I
by
think we picked up a healer before that scene, specifically because of the choice we made. I don't know for sure, but they kept mentioning that because of our conviction, the healer wanted to join us, and I wonder if, like, if we had made different choices, if a different character would have wanted to join us.
Commanding the Duchy's armies is none other than General of Laura.
For a demo, it's honestly been like 80% lore dump. It's really weird. I think we've had like 20 minutes of, maybe 30 minutes of gameplay if you include walking around the town talking to people for 5 minutes, because we did that twice. But it's been like 30 minutes of gameplay and like 2.5 hours and like 2 hours of just like lore dump from chapter 6, and we don't know what's going on. And they even say at the beginning that like you're not going to really know what's going on. So I'm very confused on this decision.
No doubt.
I feel like for the demo you want to focus mostly on like the combat stuff, so people get a feel for that.
So they refused to relinquish him to us. How?
Yeah, so the demo starts with like 4 people dying, and like the other characters losing their shit because those people are dying. Like that's the opening scene, and I'm like, I don't know any of these people, but it's speaking as if this is like a huge, you know, big reveal. The master plan is being put into motion, and I'm like, I don't know any of these people. It's a really weird decision.
Loyal to the royal family, even if
I mentioned earlier that I liked the way that Danganronpa 3 did the demo, where it was like you walked around the school, you started doing a trial, and then it was like a totally fake trial. Like it was not ripped from the game. And then they're like, yeah, if you wanted to learn who did it, buy the game, and then they laugh at you because it's the demo. Yeah, V3's demo was really good. I liked it a lot more than like this concept of just taking a section of the game and letting you play it. Because the V3 demo did a good job of showing you the mechanics, teaching you like all that stuff, letting you get a feel for what it's going to look like, but not having you be confused because they're ripping things from chapter 6, and not having you have to like replay something you already played for a couple hours when the actual game comes out.
Tell her to make for the Wolfort domain at once.
Yes, Your Grace.
I'm pretty medium on this so far. The combat is just Final Fantasy Tactics, which has been good. I've enjoyed the one section of combat that we got to do. Felt really nice. There are a lot of different classes, a lot of different abilities. There's some static abilities, so like you want to do things differently. I like the mechanic of if you pincer someone, both people get to attack them. Yeah. I mentioned the Bravely Default 2 demo and how they said it was just like basically one of like 5 hours of the first chapter or something. And I was like, I enjoyed the demo, but it's gonna be really annoying when I have to like replay that in a few days. Like, my first 5 hours of gameplay are just, like, doing stuff I've already done. Ooh, let's go over here. However, I'm sure it's a lot more difficult to do it like Danganronpa did. And obviously Danganronpa needs to, like, be a lot more careful with not revealing its story in the demo.
Ah, Lord Telior.
Yes, what is it?
Tidings from Whiteholm, my lord. House Wolfort shelters Prince Roland within their domain and refuses to acquiesce to Esfrost's demands.
What's this? Those fools would stand in defiance against the Duchy.
The Archduke's forces move against the Wolforts as we speak. They intend to capture Prince Roland and bring down House Wolfort in one fell swoop.
House Wolfort is strong, but not strong enough for a full-on attack from the Duchy's forces. And yet, there is always the chance, however slim, that they will prevail. Yes, there is no need to rush into anything. We must consider carefully what will... Continue to keep your eye on the other domains. I must know of any...
Yes, my lord.
Interesting. So this person's just gonna kind of, like, wait and see what happens? Oh yeah, and then they introduced, like, a really cool character. And then, like, the cool character just, like, died, like, 2 minutes later. And I'm just like, oh, okay. And then they introduced, like, another character, and that character died in, like, a minute. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Can you guess what class the really cool character that ended up dying was? I'll give you a hint. They had a lance and they jumped really high. They're like, hey, check out this awesome character. And then, like, they just got obliterated. I'm like, oh, damn it. Why is it always the cool lancer, like, the cool dragoons that get destroyed? Yeah, it does rhyme with Prancer. No, oh. No, it does not rhyme with Prancer. For once, I was talking about a dragoon instead of a dancer.
You are aware that Prince Roland fled
Project
to
I'm
the
shocked.
Wolford domain after the Crown City fell. Esfrost demanded that His Highness be relinquished to their... We have just received word that Wolford refused. A most admirable display of loyalty to Glenbrook's royal family if ever I have seen one. And they are not the only ones who shall remain true. In the name of King...
Oh, hell yeah.
House Fox too will take up arms against those...
We got friends now.
Bastards. For we are one of the 3 high houses of Glenbrook. We will live up to that name and fight for our...
Aye!
May your shields be strong and your swords strike true, my countrymen.
But yeah, JRPGs have a habit of, like, introducing cool dragoon characters and then, like, getting rid of them either via death or via, like, pushing them to the back as if their story's, like, done after the first disc. Or have them just leave because, like, they're too cool to hang out with you. I don't know why it's always the dragoons that have to deal with that, but it is. Yo, more. Prince.
So they would rather die than bend the knee? Wolfort truly is a house of fools.
Well, in Final Fantasy IV, Kain basically, like, pisses off and leaves you after being awesome for a while. Like, Kain's, like, super cool, and he's just like, alright, I'm too cool for you, see you later. I was also thinking, obviously, about Freya. Estinian's, like, too cool for us in 14. No, I think he comes back, but, like, he just, like, pieces out for a while. For, like, a long while. He's, like, in the beginning and the end. My favorite part of Estinian is how, like, he's just there to jump in and, like, jump us out of there anytime we get in real danger. We're like, uh-oh, we're about to pass out. And then there's our jumpy boy to come take us to our inn room.
At least Avlora will have the chance to prove herself on the battlefield.
That's why we took her in, no?
For her own sake? Once we bring down the highest
That's still one of my favorite, like, lore bombs in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, yeah, Emmett Selk stuff is good, but how about the time that Tataru and Kryl just, like, cornered Estinian and forced him to come help us? As he was like, no, how do you keep finding me?
I should think the answer obvious, dear. The cowardly Teliors will be at our beck and call. The Falks, too stubbornly loyal for their own good, will not. House Falks presides over bountiful lands. Now, do you suppose brother will...
Indeed not.
It's so good. All right. Can I finally fight again, please? Like, I really think the fight to lore dump ratio should have been flipped. I like to imagine like a horror movie, Bam, where, you know, instead of
Avlora?
The character trying to flee from like this ever oncoming but slow like giant monster thing, right? It's just Estinian fleeing in terror as like, you know, Kryl and Tataru kind of waddle towards him constantly, no matter where he is. Every time he turns a corner, he just sees them waddling towards him. Yeah, the Snail Assassin Gambit, exactly. He's like, alright, let me jump to the top of this clock tower, and then, you know, there's Kryl. Being like, hey, do you have a second? We need your help.
Yes. We are surrounded by the Archduke's main forces.
She killed my brother. And my master. I must avenge them.
Your Highness.
The Snail Assassin Gambit post is like one of the best things on the internet.
I know that, and yet...
Facing the Asfrosti forces head-on is a fool's errand. They will drive us back with ease. Let us consider another strategy. As a matter of fact, there is more to this town than meets the eye. It is a secret which, under normal circumstances, would be divulged to... I sent a man just now to make preparations.
Yes, tell me about the secret lay of the land. Oh my goodness. I just want to fight.
I would hear more of your plan, Master Benedict. They say Castle Wolfort was built into a mountainside. Am I to believe there are yet more secrets concealed in its construction?
Just so. As it happens, a contrivance of sorts was installed in the town to be used only in cases of dire emergency.
What manner of contrivance?
You wouldn't have. The information is divulged only to the Lord of the House and his closest advisors. It is a secret, one that embodies this town's true worth.
I see. Then what, pray tell, is this
I really
town's
like
true
how
worth?
Octopath Traveler in this game made water look. Like the little creek here just looks really pretty. And it's so different than like the rest of it. Like if you look at the little stone path, especially behind like the character on the bottom, it's like super mediocre, right? And then you look to the left at the water, which looks so awesome.
The towering walls that rise up in all directions, the network of sloped waterways. This town appears as any other to my...
It is the canals we will use. We shall pour flaming oil into them from above and burn our enemy out.
What in the... Benedict, have you gone mad?
Do you see those hawk sculptures located throughout the town?
I do. They are the means by which the weapon may...
Indeed. Tearing them down will trigger a barrier to rise around the canals. After that, no one will be able to get in or out until the blaze subsides.
You would burn people's homes. No, the very town itself, along with our foes.
This is the path we have chosen. There's little choice left to us. We must win.
Oh. I don't know if I made the right choice. But this one seemed like it was going to take me to battle again instead of not battle. Can I not talk to this person? Alright. Yeah, probably. I made a bad decision. I did not expect to see the word goat shit when I decided to fire up my little RPG. But I like it. He holed up in his own house. Didn't lift a single finger to help. That little goat shit. And I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, give me my TP recovery pellet, thank you. Oh! Oh! Alright. Alright, let's fight.
How fare you, Benedict?
My preparations are complete.
As ready as...
We have given ourselves...
Indeed we have.
Alright.
My lord, the
And so it began.
Our foe advance. Shall we, my lord?
Yes.
Okay, first thing we're gonna do is just take our assassin. Put it near the statue. My goodness, just let me fight. Okay, I think it's time to fight finally. Demo's been pretty long. This is like the 3-hour mark. So I guess it'll be like 3.5 to 4 hours based on how long the last fight was. And then like any other story stuff after.
The battlefield is no place for children.
I will have vengeance for my family.
Empty threats from a pampered prince.
All's in place, my lord.
Very good. Now, to lure them where we want them and initiate the device. You are aware of what...
Yes. And I am prepared.
All companies, advance! Leave no...
Oh. Well, that's not good. Ah. Alright, yeah, I guess I'm ready. I like how there's like even weather. Sunny and windy. Yeah, some of the names are interesting.
My turn.
God, this camera's like miserable. I don't want to be so far out. Thank you. I want to be a little further out. This camera is awful. Yeah, we sure can. And it's just like, oops. Oh, that's a lot better. Okay, that's a lot better. All right. sort of. Okay, now the camera's not even rotating. Oh. So what are the places again? It's this entire section, that section, that section. So if we can run down here and kind of like pincer them all in here, that would work. Yeah. Okay. Pop up here. Go again. Oh, I can't take color. Okay. We're good. Oh!
Enemy reinforcements are past.
Follow General.
The town is surrounded, and enemy.
We knew getting into this that we'd be outnumbered.
I cannot bear the thought of sacrificing my people.
Have Laura mark for victory.
Yeah, but what if we don't activate the traps? So this would kill what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, let's just do it right off the bat.
I grow ever stronger.
Pushback.
So House Wolfort would set their own home ablaze to bring us down.
The wildfire has been successfully deployed.
Town. How terrible.
Yeah, this is messed up. Wait, did they just teleport out?
General of Laura, the 2nd Regiment has
forward.
Oh, I did that. I did it too early.
will not at their numbers.
Here I come.
Oh, reinforcements. Okay.
I see a path to victory.
Hey Quinn, how's it going?
Splendid.
Welcome on in. Demo goes alright. I like the combat. I haven't been super hype on like the story stuff, but that might just be because they threw me into chapter 6 and I have no idea what's going on. The combat's been really fun. We're on our 2nd fight. I don't know how many fights there are. I assume this will be the last one. Focus this way.
Defeat is not an option.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like when we get the whole thing, maybe it'll be better. They do seem to have taken the strides to try and make it more of an actual story instead of Octopath, which was kind of like not really a story. I loved the Octopath like combat system and mechanics, but the story was almost non-existent. So it does look like they at least, you know, took a lot of steps in the direction of having a story. Yeah, so Octopath has like 8 kind of small stories, but even then they're like very tiny stories. You know, it's basically like, hey, this person wronged me for whatever reason. You know, it varies from person to person. And I'm going to spend 3 chapters trying to work towards them, and in the 4th chapter I get to fight them. But like the story was not very in-depth more than that. Who is this one? The soldier? Oh yeah, I like this one. Oh, Hawk Dive. This is the one that... Oh yeah, that's Let's get some air.
Face me if you dare.
Ooh. Go that way. Now where? Hey, that's where it goes. Yeah, the combat, I really like the combat in it. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for Bravely Default 2, because I've been told that, you know, Bravely Default 2 is a similar combat system, but like with an actual, or I'm sorry, not Bravely Default 2. I was told that Bravely Default was like a similar combat system that was fun, but also with a fun story. So like, I'm super hyped for that one coming out this week. How'd your Persona 4 Golden go? Yeah, if anyone doesn't follow Quinn, oh, I have a command for this. 1 second. I've been watching a lot of Quinn streams lately. Boom. Yeah. It's good times. Final Fantasy VI, Persona 4 Golden, Genshin Impact. I think I got the 3 games you've been playing lately. I don't think I missed one. Okay, so we want to, like... Can I corral them this way? This is my healer. I'm gonna want my healer to be this way. And then we'll just, you know, pass the turn.
Come at me!
I think I want to go over here. Then pass the turn.
So, it falls to me.
This is my scholar. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Actually, we'll pass. We're definitely going to want to freeze them at some point.
Let me show you what I've
but
learned.
not yet. Then we'll pass this turn again. Get that situated. Yeah, this one's perfectly fine to come up here.
I will end this.
And then we'll become invisible. And your job will be to, when the time is right, now that you're invisible, to pop down there and blow up the statue.
My turn.
That is the entirety of your job. Now, how do I want to handle this? Oh, there's a character over there too. Wow, there's a lot of characters that can get us there. And by the default, when you hold your attack, it's called defaulting. Use up a bunch of braving. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. So it works out kind of the same way. I'm really excited for that one. Bravely Default, definitely one of those games that I never got to play because I didn't have a 3DS or a DS or anything. And I've definitely missed out on some pretty sweet games because of that. A Link Between Worlds, I've heard was really good. You know, both Bravely Default games. There was one more that people always mention that was like a DS exclusive. Wish I could remember. What are we gonna do here? Now what we can do is start wrapping around this way and kind of like hopefully pull these people back this way. I don't think I want to just try to take them all on head to head. Let's do this. No, I don't actually like that. Oh, hold on. I could do this and then do like the rush. Oh no, I can't do the rush yet. Maybe I just back up. Yeah, I think I just back up. We're gonna be a little bit more patient with this one.
Battle is ours.
I want to get this one up here. immobilize this one. Don't want you doing any pincer stuff. Yeah, there you go. You stay still.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Oh, yes. Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon was definitely it. Yeah, I keep wanting to get, like, a used one of those and a used PlayStation 4 at this point. So I can also play, like, you know, God of War, Bloodborne, Persona 5. Mostly Persona 5. I don't know. I don't have the, I don't have the means of getting a PlayStation 5 at the moment. And I know there's not a lot of games on it right now anyways. But it's always kind of weird to, like, buy a used PS4 when, like, the 5 just came out. But I still think, like, that's what I probably should do. Then I get to play Persona 5. But actually, what I'm going to do first is Raging Beast this guy. Oh, is 5 backwards compatible? Oh, that's good, because I know one Christmas I tried to get my brother, like, a PlayStation 2 game, and he had a PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4. Because I tried to buy him, like, a game that we used to play as kids, and, like, he couldn't actually play it because his PlayStation wasn't backwards compatible.
Forward.
That's really good. Gosh, there's so many enemies here. I guess we could flee back this way and just drag them all here. But I don't want to miss out on the ability to do this one. I think if we kind of, like, wrap around, we can come down this hallway and force people back. So yeah, let's do that. Oh, actually, hold on. No. I changed my mind. I want to get up here so I can hawk dive when the time is right. Hawk dive does more damage based on the difference in your height. Like, you have to be higher.
I will crush you.
Some PS3s are backwards compatible, but not all of them. All the 5s are? Good. Yeah, I know, like that changes a lot then. Because then I could, you know, get the new games as they come out, while also, like, playing all the things I've wanted to play. I want to play Persona 5, I want to play God of War, I want to play Bloodborne, I want to play Spider-Man. I feel like I have to make my decision on what I'm doing, like, pretty soon on this. I think we can just kind of, like, wrap them around this way. And now I can hasty up someone. Oh, no, hold on. Let me hasty up first. I'm gonna hasty up my ice person. No, I'm not. Oh, hold on. Yeah, now hasty up my ice person. Did you play this demo yourself? And if so, what did you think? Circle of Healing. Now we wrap around this way.
Come at me!
So I want to take out this person, because if I can like take this alleyway and start sending my people through it, then these people have to start coming this way. And if they don't come this way, then they'll follow me, and I can just do a big circle and drag them into this area and, like, blow them up here. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna come right here. Just keep working our way this way. No, this one's not gonna move anywhere.
Now then, to work.
Okay, so here's our ice. Let me do... Let's freeze. No, that's not the way we want to do this. What happens if I move here? Yes. Okay. Wall of ice, just block them off. They can't get around now. At least I don't think they can.
For victory!
And then our Spear Knight can come over here. You know, we'll just build up some TP anyways. Just get used to. Yeah, it seems like it's extremely similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. I've not played Fire Emblem yet, but I have played a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics. And with a few small exceptions, like a TP system instead of MP, it seems like it's very, very tacticsy. I was talking earlier today about, like, wanting to get Fire Emblem 3 Houses. There's just so many games right now I want to get. Like, I want to get Bravely Default 2, I want to get Super Mario 3D World, I want to get, like, the 3 Super Mario in 1 pack that was, like, 64 Sunshine and Galaxy. I want to get Persona 5 Strikers. Pokemon Snap is coming out soon. I want to get Fire Emblem 3 Houses. And then you have things like older games. I want to get, like, the first Dark Souls, since I've been playing through 2 and 3. We've talked about, like, the PlayStation 4. Yeah, this year is just packed with stuff. Yeah, so Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't know if it holds up anymore. Because they had a lot of, like, lack of quality of life improvements in it compared to other, like, more recent games in the genre. Especially, like, the leveling up system is really rough because you have to, like, spend a lot of extra time grinding in, like, fights that don't really matter. And if one of your character dies, they, like, die. So, like, it's very dangerous to try to grind. It does not have permadeath. Yeah, the permadeath was, like, a really big problem when I played Tactics. Like, you would spend a lot of time grinding up a character, and then you would just get in a bad situation, they just perma-die, and you'd be like, oh, okay. Oh, you can turn that off? Finally has none of the height stuff. Yeah, each side getting to move all their units at once is, like, the thing that seems really interesting to me. Because it seems, from what I saw when I watched you play Fire Emblem 3 Houses, it seems like it's really hard to, like, strategically plan the range of the opponent. Since they all get to move and attack at once, it seems like it's really hard to, like, plan things out like I can in Tactics. I like the height difference to a degree. But I'm not, like, in love with it, you know? I can move to this rooftop. Actually, I can just kind of stay where I'm at, right? And, just bow this one again. Oop. There. And turn. So now we've got, like, ice blocking them, which is very nice.
Allow me.
And then what we can do here, I believe, is scorch the crap out of 3 enemies. Yeah. Oh, that was wonderful. I had a great time. Great times were had by me. Feels easier to you? Yeah, I guess it's just something that you're used to, right? Whichever one you're used to feels a lot easier. It gets really dicey when there's a bunch of them clustered together. Yeah. That's what I was trying to, like, figure out, because... Oh. Wait. Oh, my strategist. Okay. Yeah, we want to just move him. Actually, hold on. Can I... No, I can't really do anything to help you. Okay. I'm just going to move you here. And we'll gain a TP thing.
From where shall we strike?
And now... Gosh, I can't jump down there. That would be terrible. It would be awful to jump down here. I would just get, like, demolished. But I really want to jump down there, because, like, the hawk move sounds great. Okay, we're gonna move. And they can't do anything about the ice wall yet. This ice wall is insane.
Good work.
Oh, and now I can... Oh, it's just one square? Okay. But I can freeze 4 enemies!
Most interesting.
Simultaneously strike 3 units. Okay. So this is just great. This ice wall has been wonderful. It's completely blocked their path and made them bunch up. I don't even know if we need the
I won't move.
the traps at this point. Yeah, this ice wall has been so good. That it was such good placement of it too. Yeah, let's go and try to immobilize it again. I just want you blocking this path. Yeah.
My pride is my shield.
Perfect. No, don't say those things, Beth. I'm a monster.
I shall do what I can.
Okay. Oh, I can't haste. Okay, never mind. We'll come back, this way. We got nothing to do. Yeah.
I'll take you on.
And now we come here. Push them back 5 squares. Yeah! And now we're blocking this hallway. Okay, the ice wall's gone. That's not good.
I see a path to victory.
Yeah, buddy, you're gonna go beat him up.
I'll keep on then.
Oh no! Oh, I created my own ice wall. I'm the worst. Okay. Oh, I can't scorch. Okay. This is not great. Oh, first things first. Let's just book thumb.
This power will protect us.
Level up. You poke some dude with a book. I guess we're just gonna stay here.
Defeat is not an option.
Okay. Oh, this is my hawk dive person. So I'm gonna go here, and then hawk dive you. The Macho Man flying elbow. Yes. Oh yeah. Ow.
Now then.
Okay. So I think if I go here, we wall of ice, here again, and just block that section off. Yeah.
Your orders?
Surmount first. Then we can move. Oh, no, no, no. We can't move there. Okay. Put this one to sleep. Yeah! Okay, now that Archer's asleep. Good. You still can't move.
Flee while you have the chance.
Man, I've not found a good spot for this guy.
Time to take flight.
Yes. Let's go poke this sorcerer.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Victory is ours!
Let me see. Oh, yes! It sure did. It had augments and hosts. Here, let me MTG host augments cards. And you would put the left side onto the right side to make one card. Let me see. Hold on. MTG host and augment. Card gallery. So you would put a left side onto a right side. Let's see if I can find like a good one. I'm trying to find like the Yeah, here you go. These are the left sides. And these are the right sides. And so, for example, if you look at the left and the right, if you put Bat Dash onto Adorable Kitten, it would be Bat Kitten. Or the left side of half kitten, half blank could be like half kitten, half rocket. Half kitten, half constrictor. It was really silly. It was from their Silver Border set, which is like their meme set. But it was like good fun. Also, you could make Batman. Oh!
Shall we begin?
I didn't like that yet. I have literally found like no use for some of these characters. Yeah, I guess we just end our turn.
I'll take you on!
Ram him again? Yeah, push him back though.
I see a path to victory.
We'll get him yet. I see the thread
Hey, ability level up.
more clearly.
No. Yes. Yes, group up.
I will end this.
Says regardless of height, but I disagree. We'll take cover. I'm so glad you found that.
For the honor of House Wolford!
Hawk dive!
To lead, I must grow.
That one's sleeping. Scorch. No. Yes. 3 enemies again.
We can win this.
Oh, I blew up the ice wall with it. That was not the plan.
Where was I?
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna put that ice wall back up. Ice wall has been the MVP. It has kept these 3 characters far, far away from me.
For victory!
I'm gonna knock you back 3 squares.
Yeah! Did you see that?
Oh, why did you get knocked back? Oh, there it is.
This battle is ours.
You hang out over there.
This battle is won.
Flee while you have the chance.
Alright, well my mages are about to get hit again.
Mother.
Oh! Oh! I didn't see you. Someone's about to get hawk dived.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Now!
Miss.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Go ahead and cure him.
Sorry to worry you.
I've been waiting for this.
Pincer attack.
My stratagem is superior.
Not the strongest pincer attack in the world.
Forward!
Oh, miss.
My turn.
Oh wow, that's a lot of people that can hit me from there. Details. 16 HP? Yeah, let's go ahead and finish that one off.
That's here!
Uh-oh.
The 3rd Regiment has arrived!
Oh.
To think we'd need to deploy all our forces. You are...
Time to take flight.
Okay, kill the mage. And turn.
Flee while you have the chance.
Oh,
so
she's joined the fray now. Okay, so first things first, wall of ice. Oh, no. Let's trap in my friend though. Oh no! I get to move and I get to trap them there. Yeah, okay.
My research bears fruit.
Yeah, this is starting to get away from us.
Allow me.
I see a path to victory.
You're wide open!
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, I got an arrow.
It's not over yet.
I'll try this.
Large recovery pellet.
The hunt is on.
Yeah, let's kill this one.
I will fight to my last breath.
Defeat is not an option.
Oh, this character's stuck at me. Yeah, this one's stuck up here.
I shall do what I can.
Okay. Kill both of those.
My apologies. I'll take you on!
Question now is... what are we doing? I think we're coming here.
Face me if you dare.
Okay. Oh, here, pop up. Act again. I can't even take cover.
I'll take this.
Oh, this isn't good. Miss! Big miss!
Wouldn't mind
okay.
a potion.
What do we got here? Oh, just wall of ice. Yeah, let's prevent any, like, backstabs here. And prevent those other couple people from coming up the stairs. Leave my healer alone.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
I can make anyone go next. Oh, they have to be within range of you. I mean, that makes sense, but...
Time to work. Yeah. Victory is within reach. Sound strike.
Charge!
Wow, there are a lot of enemies here. But, if we start moving our way this way... Can I knock him off the ledge? Oh no, I'll just kill him. Okay. Good.
The hunt is on.
Blind, okay.
Forward!
Alright.
A wasted effort.
Missed! Good blind, good blind. Alright, I think my healer's dead.
Not like this.
I shall do what I can.
No, that wasn't my healer, that was my ice person. Okay. So what I can do instead, then, is... Circle of healing both of us. And we're gonna drag them over here.
My apologies.
Come at me!
I'm gonna keep you focused on me.
This calls for a drink.
Steel back.
Oh, few have ever wounded me, and fewer still live to tell of it. You have courage, I'll give you that. But this is as far as that will take.
Uh-oh, I've upset her. Oh, it's her
Flee while
turn.
you have the chance.
Oh!
Me!
My turn.
Okay. Alright.
I see a path to victory.
Let me double check. It's that whole section. Okay.
I'm a fool!
Yeah.
I won't lose!
The hunt is on.
It did not trigger blind, unfortunately. Yeah, that one was just poor positioning.
A wasted effort. I can still move.
It's over.
Okay, killed that one. Let's take cover.
Shall we begin? I must help myself.
Just a scratch!
Oh, hold on. I think I can, like... No, what do you... There we go.
Come on!
Back here. She's provoked.
I will crush you!
Yeah! Me too!
Alright.
Let us try out their weakness.
Well, she's there. Okay, so we can go here.
Charge!
Time to take flight.
Oh, it's a lot of turns for them coming up. Turn. Okay, 1, 2. Go ahead and move an extra turn. Or an extra square.
for victory!
So right now it's what? It's 4 of them? He's an archer, a knight, an archer. Yeah, this has to be worth it, right? No, don't say that. No, don't say that.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, what?
While you have the chance.
No!
I shall do what
Okay. That could have been bad, but it's not. I misunderstood the turn order. Yeah, he can get it still.
Victory is within reach. Yeah. Sound strike.
I won't lose!
This is bad.
This ends now! Victory is ours!
You're open.
Okay.
My pride is my shield.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Bye-bye!
Have we no choice but to retreat?
Master, we prevailed.
We did it! Oh, I think. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a victory, but it is one.
Let me heal your wounds.
This will be a
Yeah, we did it, Fat Chick. We saved Bikini Bottom.
I will end this. Sound strike for life.
I don't know if that has ever been more fitting of an image.
I won't lose!
This is bad.
You're open. Victory is within reach.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. Sloppy!
We win. A sound strike.
Follow my lead. For the future of House Wolford.
Allow me.
I struck
Sound
true.
strike.
Uh-oh.
Cool heads shall prevail.
I shall do my best. Charge!
This is bad.
I shall try my level best.
No!
It isn't over yet. Victory is
Blind, yeah.
I need a healer. A sound strike.
Blind and asleep.
I won't lose!
Aw,
Shall we
taking a
begin?
nap, eh?
Your judgment is sound.
I won't lose! Did you see that?
We win.
Yeah! We did it! Victory! That'll teach you not to invade my town. If anyone's gonna burn down my town, it's gonna be me! It doesn't feel like a victory. It does not feel like a victory.
The mad bastards. To think they would set their own people's homes ablaze.
Yeah! Are we the bad guys?
Retreat! All companies withdraw at once!
Victory is ours.
Nice! I like it, guys. I like it. I gotta say, for all of the issues I've had with the story itself, you know, hopefully most of that's been because I was just thrown into the deep end and none of it made any sense to me. But the combat itself has been really fun.
Suffer great losses
It
on
definitely
battlefield. In the end,
feels like
it's House Wolford that triumphs.
Final Fantasy Tactics combat system that's been, you know, improved by like general game design of over the past like 30 years.
The vanquished general of Laura is
And the fights are pretty hard.
Castle
Like,
Whiteholm, with the
we barely won that one.
army
We had to make
intact.
calculated sacrifices to get it. Like that one character we had to just provoke the big bad lady and then run into the fire. Also, the demo length has been pretty nice.
House Wolfort triumphed?
Yes, my lord. The Archduke's army has already withdrawn to the Crown City. That said, it would seem the Wolfort army suffered significant casualties.
Did it now? It is not as if I entirely failed to consider the possibility of an Esfrasi defeat. And yet, it is hardly an ideal development. Whatever are we to do now? Wolfort may have won the battle, but can they win the war?
My lord?
Ready a bird. I have a missive that needs sending.
As you command.
Chat, did you notice that we didn't get to play with our new medic? Do you remember that we had a medic join the team and then like they weren't in that fight? I wonder if I was supposed to add them somehow.
I bring good news, my lord. Esfrost army marched on Castle Wolfort in an attempt to seize the prince. But they were roundly defeated by House Wolfort's forces and retreat to the Crown City as we speak.
Joyous tidings indeed. I knew the Wolforts wouldn't let us down.
I'm also pleased to report that Prince Roland is unscathed.
It would seem young Serenoa is more than capable of carrying on Lord Simon's legacy.
Triumph as they did, they still suffered considerable casualties in the battle. It is more than likely that Esfrost is already preparing for a second attack.
Very well. Take stock of our own forces and determine how many men we can send to House Wolfort's aid while retaining enough for our own protection.
Yes, my lord.
It is time to take a stand. If the three high houses come together as one, I am certain we will prevail.
Okay.
To be quite frank, I underestimated House Wolfort's strength.
To think they were capable of driving off the Esfrosti army forces like that.
I suspect the outcome came as a surprise to the Archduke as well. And yet something tells me Wolfort's victory is more than a fluke.
I shall keep that in mind.
Still, this development is to our advantage. This will only make it easier to carry out our plans.
Just so, Your Excellency. Everything is proceeding as you anticipated.
Yes, we shall have our way. It is but a matter of time.
I have no words to excuse my failure, Your Grace. I underestimated the Wolfort army. It will not happen again.
Indeed, it will not. I will accept no apology for your incompetence, save victory.
Oh.
The Wolforts may have gotten the better of us this time, but it came at a cost. We must strike again before they can regroup. Rest yourself, Avlora. I will have need of you yet, and soon.
I shall not disappoint you again, Your Grace. You have my word.
And you will keep it. Nothing and no one will stand in my way.
So I'm reading up about the demo now, and apparently there are 2 fights in the demo. So that was the last fight of the demo. However,
my falcon can assist with
the second fight differs based on the voting choice. If you do what we did and say we are not going to give up Roland, they come and invade you, and you do the fight that we did. If you give up Roland, they then ask you to prove your new loyalty to them by going and attacking that other village that the people did a rallying cry to come help us, and then you have to go invade that place and destroy it. So it looks like the choices matter quite a bit, actually.
My thanks to you both.
Which I think is pretty cool.
Welcome.
I am ready.
Go safely, Anna, and give my best to the others. We take a risk in entreating a powerful nation for aid. I need you to determine to what extent we can rely on them, if at all.
Leave it to me.
I've sent Anna to the holy state of Hyzant. Our alliance may not be what it once was, but we must seek help wherever it may be found.
In a perfect world, we would be able to count on the cooperation of our neighbors here.
Indeed, unity within Glenbrook is of the utmost priority, especially now that we've ensured Prince Roland's safety. And yet, we cannot count on houses Tellior and Fawkes to act in our best interests. We must prepare ourselves for every contingency.
You are right as always, Benedict. We've taken the first step down our chosen path, but there is no telling what awaits us.
Yes, that's pretty cool.
Do you have a moment, Your Highness?
Oh, it's you. As silly as it may sound, I've never truly understood what it meant to be royalty. Does my life carry more weight simply because of the blood in my veins? So much so that the lives of others must be sacrificed in my name?
You need not worry about that, Roland.
Lord Wolfort speaks true. The scales of conviction guided us, but this decision was ours. We have chosen to walk this path with you.
I was born the second prince. No one expected great
Yeah, yeah. It might be. It might be one of those games. Like I've heard Fire Emblem Three Houses is like that, where like you get your money's worth on one of the, on your first playthrough with the with any of the houses. But in order to actually see everything and do all like the fights and meet all the characters, you have to like play through it 3 times. I don't know how accurate that is, but I believe that's what I remember being told. It'll also make the speedrun really interesting, like for routing. Because like your decisions will matter throughout the whole game to try to find like the best path forward.
That's what makes this so hard. You all fought and continue to fight for me. And I need to become stronger. I must.
Oh, interesting.
And for yours.
And if I recall correctly, like, each cycle through it is not short. It's like close to, if you do all the side stuff, it's like close to 100 hours, right? Thank you for playing. We hope you enjoyed the demo. What fate lies in store for our protagonist? Look forward to Triangle Strategy, the tactical RPG that will challenge your convictions, and the second release in the HD 2D series. Over. Adam Harrington was Benedict. That's the one I thought I recognized. Let's go see. Yeah, let's see. Let's see where I recognize that one. Because I feel like I definitely recognized it. I could not place it. Oh, okay, that's where I recognized it. It's the protagonist of The Wolf Among Us. Wolf Among Us was a cool game. I like that one. I knew I could, like, I've heard it before, but I could not place it for the life of me. No, it wasn't. First of all, thanks. I think we did a good job. I also think we did a good job. I wouldn't say 8 or 9 hours. We've been streaming for, what, 4 hours? A little over 4. And, so you'd have to go through it again to get, like, the other fight. But you could, like, skip all of the dialogue scenes. So, I would say there's probably, like, 5 to 5.5 hours of demo. Although, we also completed both fights first try. So if you struggle and like, fail one, the fights are pretty long. That's one of the things I really noticed playing through it is, like, there were only 2 fights. But both fights felt like, 30 plus minutes. So, I like that. I think the final result would be, I think the combat's fantastic. And I will probably get it solely for the combat. Because Final Fantasy Tactics was always one of my favorite games. We'll see how the story ends up being. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, since there is another arena, right? So I thought the combat was very, very well done. Once I inverted the camera, I had no problems with that either. It basically plays like how you would hope Final Fantasy Tactics would play if they had another, 30 years of experience in game design to, like, have a few little, quality of life improvements. The characters seemed whatever. It's really hard to tell with the story, right? Because they throw you in the middle of Chapter 6 and 7. So you don't really know any of the lead up to these situations. Yeah, overall, good time. I assume they'll handle it the same way they did Bravely Default 2, where they, like, have the first demo, and then, like, a longer demo when it gets closer to release. So I'll definitely stay looking forward for the second demo. I'm sure this game's, like, at least a year out. When we played I think we played the Bravely Default demo, like, in February of last year, like February or March. And the game's just coming out now, so it looked like it was about a year from first demo to release. So I assume it'll probably be something similar. Although then again, with all, like, the the stuff going on that caused delays, maybe it's a shorter time span. But I would definitely play the second demo, and as of right now, I would have this on the list of games that I would want to buy, but probably wait till it came on Steam and on sale. Because I do want to play it, but the story doesn't grip me or anything. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, so we might not get another demo then, right? Because that's true. They did get a lot of feedback about how brutal the demo was. Because they really cranked up the difficulty. If you remember, I did not actually complete the demo the first time of Bravely Default 2. We were unable to defeat the final boss. And we realized that it was going to take, like, hours of grinding, and I just didn't want to do it. But yeah, this is, I cannot emphasize enough how good the combat was. We'll see how the voting and exploration things, like, feel when there's, more of them. They were a nice change of pace here, but, I could see, like, the voting section being kind of boring after vote number 36. Oh, it does say debut demo. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get a second one soon then. Soonish. Handful of months. Few months. This was a good time. It was a lot longer than I thought it was. I thought that we were going to start streaming at, like, 8 Eastern and be done in, like, a couple hours. Well, that worked out well. We'll probably wrap it up here. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. It was nice to see everyone again. Yeah, Project Triangle Strategy. Between Octopath Traveler and Triangle Strategy. The naming department could use some work, but their combat department's pretty good. Both Octopath and this were excellent. Yeah, so we'll wrap it up. It was really nice to be back. I think it was 8 days or 9 days without stream. It's nice to be back in the swing of things. At the beginning of the stream, we did mention that there's probably going to be a slight schedule shift coming up in the next week or so. Not in time of day, but in days of the week. My Sundays are now open. And I might try to, like, do streams on the weekends and, like, cut back throughout the week. But other than that, you know, looking forward to getting some more stuff done. We have Bravely Default 2 coming up sometime this week. My plan is to kind of play it the day it comes out. So that should be fun. We've got a couple other days before then. I think it comes out Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, we'll find some other things to play this week. You know, maybe get that Dark Souls 3 DLC 2 in or something. But yeah, have a wonderful night. Yeah, have a great night, Penguin, Bamf, Dale, Quinn. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. I hope y'all had a good time. Let me find somewhere else to send you to. You can get some free channel points by joining the raid. And we will go raid... Oh, we'll go raid B, who's playing Final Fantasy Tactics. Which is, you know, fitting after this one. And I will see y'all tomorrow.